Hello everyone. And yes, Aki, you are right, VS Code does have an extension for that. And also really good Python support. Well, welcome Aki, Obliterous, Ellen, and Ravens. Or rather, I should say Lofty. You're doing fine, dear. I've seen the code you're writing, and I wouldn't call that crimes. You know, that's fair. So, today I would like to try and get enough written of like a front-end command, etc., that we can bind to the device, and we can also start getting EP1 pulled up and working and I mean, what better thing to commit crimes against, right? Export control is BS. So now, in between streams, I have gone and fixed the namespacing problem that I'd caused myself, where the USB device itself, as represented in the program, welcome HexChan, was called USB. It is now called USB CTRL, which has enabled me to make all the namespacing nice. I still need to fix some stuff in here to do with like USB reset should be just reset and so on, but we'll maybe get to that today as well. Now, we get to go. Hey, Eston. I'm just trying to work out how I want to structure this, because I don't want to do what I did with the old thing where I had firmware and flash prog. I think software, because it's the PC side of it. No. We need a Meson build, which we then use from here. What else do we need in here? We're gonna need SPIFlashProg.cxx. I mean, VS Code's not a bad editor. And yeah, yikes. I'm sorry. Has this got... This has not yet got a submodule of substrate. So we should fix that. The question is going to be, where do I want to stick that? Top level substrate should be fine. Oh, that works. The Raspberry Pi can be seen through the remotes plugin. There is a remote system in here. So you can do remote SSH, and that will talk to your Raspberry Pi happily. And there's a little thing that will run on the Raspberry Pi itself to provide like access to it, and it's open source at least. don't know. I don't know Emacs well enough to be able to answer that one, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. Do I want to... I'm wondering, do I want to put substrate... Words, I can't words. Do I want to put substrate in the top level of this, or do I want like a depths folder? And if I want depths, where do I stick it? I think... Oh, welcome, Freya. It's Meson based, yes. Look at Nox. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I don't want it to be called sub-projects, but this has got this. Haha. You can rename it. There is actually a thing to rename it. Really? It ignores the renaming thing? Ooh. That's gonna suck. Well, I'm gonna figure this one out with you together, so this is gonna be interesting. That's what the collaboration plugin's for, yes. It can allow you to do that. Yeah. This is a nice text editor. It's a modern Emacs, if you will. Let's be honest, at this point it kind of is. Oh. I mean, I've got a console up right now in my text editor. So you can kind of use it as your interface to your entire operating system, but I don't know that you could boot it as your operating system. Oh no! No, Ella, no! Oh. I agree with a blit there, given my day job. Anyway. Yeah, so Project DIR is depths, so this should just work. And then Meson makes substrate. Okay. It's gonna be fun. So, I need a thing for Meson up real quick. Hmm. That's a rather awfully specific number, but yes. Ah. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh, 512 gig is, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Where is rap gone? Aw, Aki needs pettings. Welcome, Steffi. Yes, you made it. Oof. Oh. Hmm. 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 Aw, thank you, Lofty. Yeah. Yeah. And that's yikes, Aki. Sorry, Steffi. Though fair enough. At the reflashing Kazubu, that works. Yeah, this is complicated. There is actually a section in here to do with the reference manual. There we go. That's kind of what I'm really looking for. Dependency. What am I looking for in dependency? Allow fallback. So we can make this required true. Okay, I quickly need to go looking in Substrate itself at how we do this so that, yeah, okay. It looks like that's how you do it. Just format this nicely. And then it clones substrate. Oh, and I broke something. I have to say this is native. There it goes! Hey! And depths, substrate. There's substrate. Hey, this is good. So we put that over there, get rid of that. Are going to be creating an executable called FlashProg. Yeah, that's how I was doing it for the other ones. Substrate is... Oh. Aha, that's good. Okay. Sorry, I didn't realize you were doing a pun. No, it does more than that now too, actually, Fred, but yes. It's dependencies, not dependency, but I think, Eston, you're probably better off rolling your own PCIe card at this rate. Because yeah, it's a vendor thing. At the end of the day, you're gonna have to deal with vendor stuff. You know, that's a fair reason to not go and do work on Elgato. Yes. Oh, God. Sorry, Aki. Why is that not building? Or Pets Lofty. Oh, brains are fun. Built by default, install. Oh, jeez. Aki. Oh. Well, everyone, you've now just been introduced to the in-joke about square holes. Oh, jeez. And I love it. I love how Aki's able to make it look like an actual cat smiling in chat. That's nice. That's okay, Steffi. It goes in the square hole. I'm I'm bad. I'm sorry. Agreed, Nanotech. Agreed. Oh yeah, yeah. The new Catgirl code. This is kind of cool. I should actually mention, yeah. So Claire Xenia Wolf, I think is her full proper name, but anyway, Claire Wolf, um, has had quite the battle with an abusive someone, and has decided as a result of that, yes, you can get pat, um, to build a new company. It might be called Yosis HQ, and it might have Tabicad as its main thing that it does. I know the jokes, right? And it might be Catco. Yep. It's intentional to make you misread it as Tabby Cat. Yeah, there are. There really are. Also, one of the members is now Gate Cat. uh, no, Freya. It's Neconomic sense. uh, Sorry, I'm smiling ear to ear right now because just, oh. I just realized why I wasn't getting the sources to build. There we go, that fixes that one. And then let's also... Oh, I was thinking of that. Neko mimic. Yeah, I get that. That one works. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is include directories. Include directory. Include. As a little, yeah, on the syntax, but whatever. Really? Oh, it's called include directories. Okay. What do I want to call this? This is going to be a wrapper for libusb. Oh, the other thing that happened that you will all be intrigued to know about, I think, is that I have now passed 200 followers on Twitch. I don't know how this has happened, but yeah. Screaming Mount? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. I'm actually going to quickly check something in the libusb docs here. So this is context. Well, for that one, I can write you a find line in just a second. There you go. I've had to do that too much. You're welcome. That actually won't hexchan do what you want it to do, because it'll also mark all files as executable. Oh, I didn't know about that mode of chmod. Huh. I mean, both approaches work, so either way. Ah, there we go. Really? Where on earth is that header on my system, and why can't we find it? Oh. I should declare the dependency on libusb. Dependency libusb. Let's see if it finds that. No, it does not. Sticky bitting everything. Not good. The really funny part though about the response there is if we look at like the current working directory that I'm in, group sticky bit is set, and I've also got a facle on here, which is this. I do evil things with my file systems so that they work right. Anyway. Oh, unknown variable. It depends, Ravens. Plus S actually turns on the group's SUID, the SUID bit, the SGID bit, and the SOID bit. It means all three all at the same time. Because it's not filtered by like G, U, O. So you actually sticky bit your entire file system and mark everything SUID. And yeah, yikes. Welcome back, Obliterous. So it's able to find libusb. No, don't ever do that, please. Don't encourage anyone to do that. That's the worst. Get it? The worst. Anyway. XGen's just doing her best at being bad. Find libusb. Let's just do a Google. What? Ice Storm has a module for Meson? Oh, that's cool. Sorry, getting a little distracted. I'm trying to work out how I ask this to tell me where on earth the... libUSB on the system is. Oh, is there a config tool? That's a good question. Hey, there is! Okay. I wonder if we can do a dependency method config tool. I can see why. Yeah, that's fair. It'd be fine if it was like WX widgets or zlib or I don't want to have to do that though. Because it's got a config tool for now, what I can do is I can invoke the config tool and do a declare dependency. So this gives us libraries to link with and include directories. That's right. Is it run command? Run command, yes. As for the libs, there isn't actually. If there was, then Meson would have automatically picked up on that and used it. That's the whole thing. That's why Meson's so good. This is an unusual thing to have to do. Also, welcome Electronic Eel. Yeah, if I look on my system in user lib pkg config and we look for USB. Oh, it's libusb -1. Okay, I see what you're trying to get at. Thank you, Lofty and Electronic Eel, for slapping me one. There it does. Well, if I'd said dependency instead of the... I think I have CMake linked over to user bin false in this case, so I can't use CMake. It doesn't usually do that. Or actually, sorry, it could probably well be because I'm in yeah, I know why that's doing that. It's because I'm in cross-compile mode. I actually could be affiliate right now. I just haven't gone through the process of actually becoming an affiliate. I need to talk with my work for reasons. Just reasons. The reason it didn't work and isn't happy is I need to tell it native true. Cha-cha! Oh, thanks for the follow, Electronic Eel. They're doing nasty things in their header. Oh. Awesome, Freya. I didn't know that. I'm glad that those worked, by the way, because I spent a bit of time before stream getting that all to happen. Right, having done that, let's actually get to the content. This is a thing. Yeah. libUSB context. We're gonna make it null footed to start with. I actually haven't done any customization on it yet because I'm still trying to figure out like how to. So the zombie GIF it is for now, because that's almost nobody uses the default though, so I don't blame Electronic for not knowing that. So if this function returns 0, we're good. Otherwise, we're not. I am going to now use Substrate's console stuff because we can. I'm just going to actually put it way out here so that it's just in there by default. Don't loot that. Hey, nice. Actually, no, I do want that in... sorry, I'm being non-committal about my way of doing this. So, the error that we get is... failed to initialize libUSB 1.0 And that also reminds me to include string view using namespace stood literals string view literals. And we'll reset back to a null pointer context. We can then do bool bool valid const no accept returns context. If context is not null, that will return true. Otherwise, it will auto convert into false for us, which is good. That's what we want it to do. Oh no. So this does a libusb exit on context. Hey. Sorry, not stood in, it stood out, stood error. Rampack is looking good. Huh. No, I didn't mean string literals, I did mean string view literals. Is the C++ compiler not in C++ 11 mode? Let's find out. That is... build.cpp.std is not, however. That's why that's happened. Okay. So we do build.that, build.warning level, maybe? No, the warning level's global. There we go. And it doesn't error. That's good. That's a start. How do we do error reporting? A libusb error code on failure. Time for another C++ 17 feature. Auto result, and then we get to do error name, is it? Yeah, there we go. Oh, interesting. Hasn't ever stopped anyone, has it? So there's open device with written PID, which could work here. But I don't know how this deals with multiple devices. Hey, I'm fine with that. I am absolutely fine with you talking Glasgow. It's quite fun to actually read while I'm struggle busting this shite, because ah. mm. Hmm. The number of devices in the outputted list or a libUSB error. LibUSB errors, what are those? Where do they start? How does this work? Yeah, X4 is actually not bad. Okay, as if it's less than 0. That's probably not going to compile because I haven't actually defined a result type yet. That's fair, but for your typical consumer drive, that's still not bad. Yeah, it doesn't like me just returning initializer lists without a valid return type. That's fair. Okay. I need to go and plug my OpenVisla in so we actually have a device to play with. One moment, please. So there it is. Good, good, good. Interesting how it thinks it's generic still, but whatever. How to make this work? This is going to be the list and the number. So that's going to be the return type, which allows us to uncomment those. As long as we include USB device list. Ah, come on, let me do the tilde thing. There we go. So the cleanup for this is to call this function with the list and count. We'll probably call them. So this is USB lib USB device star count. Oh, not count. List. Oh, I see. No, it's not a count. It's whether or not to unref or not. It's false, but it's not that false. I hate the fact that this is written in C and then we're trying to interface with C. S size t, so this becomes just a straight size t count. We'll actually call that device list because I'm trying to be nice. Oh, don't do that way. the underscore on the front or on the back? I think on the back would be cleaner. We then have size t count coming in. I just put those on the wrong function. Whoopsie. There we go. The hardware itself, okay, I actually should probably do a quick recap. Let me open up KiCAD. So this is the board that we designed, and this thing here, the main processor, is a Tiva-C. Specifically, it is the TM4C123GH6PM. This has got an RGB LED on board to tell you where it is in the cycle. It has got 2 user buttons to allow you to pick between 2 pieces of onboard SPI Flash, which can hold a pre-programmed bitstream or firmware or what have you, and you can kind of pick and choose what flash you put on here as long as it fits the footprints. That's actually these 2 devices right here, and it connects to a target through this 8-pin header connector, which is designed to just plug and play. And you can either talk to the target directly, which is first mode of operation, or you can choose to talk to the 2 onboard flash chips as either one big block or as 2 independent ones, and it stores with how you've asked it to configure itself, and can be used in an offline mode where you just supply power and click the buttons as well. So it can be used on like a factory floor. The original reason for this project, and the reason why because that's the pinout for the SPI connector, the reason why the SPI connector has things like the reset pin there is so that it can deal with things like Xilinx FPGAs and hold them in reset while it's directly talking to the flash, so it sits between the FPGA and the storage for the FPGA. So you don't have to deal with, you know, JTAG and platform cables, and because when I originally designed this particular project, the original version of this hardware, I was in a particularly tight spot and I couldn't even afford JTAG adapters because they were very expensive back then. Does that make some sense? Cool. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that back then, and I'm not sure I could actually have afforded it back then either. Like, I designed the original project based off of a launchpad that I already had. So it was very much, I've got hardware, I'm just kit bashing to make this thing work. That was like 7 years ago. So both of those should now work for some value of work. Let's make this have defaults. That worked. Good, good, good. So one of the things we can do here is we can do iterators. Do I want to do that way, or do I want to do that the... It has. And it's actually much nicer than it used to be. Like, being able to set defaults and then just say, make it so? Ah, so good. And then being able to just return squirrely braces and that what is here is directly passed into those constructors. So this selects this constructor right here. And what this should allow us to do is for auto ref device in context dot device list. Nice. I don't actually need to do print here. Console.info. There we go. There's all the devices on my system. Kind of. Now we actually got to make it do something useful with them. And I can guarantee right now that we can't crash this. So that's cool. Indeed, Freya, indeed. So... Oh, good, because she'd gone very quiet and was struggling. I know that she was really, really struggling, so I'm glad to hear that she's returned. That's a good problem to have, Lofty. I'm just considering here, do I actually want to put an iterator type in? And I think I do. And I want to do it for a really particular reason. But I can make it nifty. Because I can do returns like this. And then if we change this to a real type, then... then it'll be good. Because what we can do is we can do USB device itty takes a lib USB device pointer current, no defaults this time. USB device iter takes the item to it, yeah. Hmm. That's fair. So, this doesn't need a destructor because it doesn't mean anything to destroy the iterator. It does need the void operator plus plus increments current. Do I actually want to make that return star this? I do, don't I? There's also going to need to be USB device T operator star for which we're going to need this file to have something in it. Welcome, my Aegis. I am currently wrapping up the badness that is libUSB. This, I think, has got lyrics. We'll find out shortly. Ooh, that's a good question. I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but if I ever figure it out, I'll let you know. So we're going to need bool operator equals, which takes a USB device iter other, and actually it's const, and we return current is other.current. And there's also not equals, because inequality is a thing. We'll implement a .name call on device in a moment. To completely match the way that iterators are supposed to be implemented, you actually have to implement both. What can you do with a device? Ah, we should ref and unref the device. That's a good point. Because device is a reference counted in the USB. I don't want to do an open, I want to know what it's called. Well, I guess we'll have to do the bus number thing. Bus and port number. So if we do that... we can then do something along the lines of friend device at address device dot bus number port number. So the reason I'm not doing that, and I actually used to do that, is because CDC Serial has problems with binary. Yay. That I really don't feel like having to deal with. Plus, that would also really complicate the firmware on the other side. This is already going to be complicated enough with the way that this works, so I figured in this instance it would be easiest to just do our own custom thing. And the nice thing is later, if I choose that that's not the right direction to have gone in, we can rip it out and do something different. Because once endpoint 1 is up, then it's not too bad. Serial does, yes. Control characters. Which I can't guarantee will not exist in the output stream to the device. X on, X off, and all of those fun ones. There are control characters in the control plane, and you are not allowed to just send them. Not without turning some extra stuff off on serial ports, because it's a serial port as far as the kernel's concerned. Yep. Or I can just implement my own custom protocol and not have to deal with that. And also not have to deal with like resynchronization and no, because I'm not reading out straight Intel hex, and that's not really straightforward to deal with on the receive side. It's kind of a pain actually. Like, it's not that bad, but it's also kind of a pain. So I got all of the devices listed out on my system, which is great. That was nice and easy, actually. This can now go bye-byes for now, because this all works. Then, device list. Yeah. Context. So, libUSB open works in a really, really fun way here. Oh. I should disable notifications. That's okay, dear. Hey, at least that happened off screen for you. Pets to Aki, indeed. She needs all the pettings right now. Right, I think I want to do this whole thing as another structure that we have, which is going to be USB device handle T open const no accept, and this will have some validity state to it. Yeah, because there's a pointer I can do this. It should also really mark things as final, because then we don't have to worry about inheritance stuff. We can do bool valid const no accept returns device. Again, we get that nice implicit conversion to a truthy value. Then in here, if auto result is libUSB open of this device, we get a handle back. If result, yeah, if result then we're in a bad state again, so we get to do console.error failed to open requested device lib USB device error what was the function called? Name result, and this returns the bad device. Otherwise, we get to return the handle wrapped. If I actually rebuild it rather than rerun it. There we go. There we go. So, I really want to know, though, is... I want to know how I can pull out the vid and PID. Oh, okay. So we're going to need to do claim interface at some point. And this is going to be an interface number, which const auto result is... Oh, I've been missing a trick with this, because this is always going to be const. And we can use squirrely brace syntax there, which is good, because it solves the potential for errors. If result, then console.error failed to claim interface number, and then we can, that was correct to use double quotes, SV for string view, and then lib USB error name result return not result, because if we get a result of 0 we want to return true, otherwise we want to return it blew up, false in other words. Hey, congrats. Is there only one way to get the vid PID pair, and there's that basically to have to... Oh, I'm gonna be so mad at the moment. Yeah, I have to open the device to be able to pull the vidpid pair. Oh, to do the match on whether it's a device we care about. Hmm. Oh, get device descriptor. Never mind, we can do it that way. Which, cached in memory. Okay. Isn't that just a summary of your job, Raven? Lofty? Haven't you just basically summed up your job? It's a bit cursed, but oh well. Yeah. Yikes. Okie dokie, Freya. Take care. Been good having you. Yeah, so if we get the result back and it's not 0, we know we screwed up. So we reset the descriptor in that case. I have to skip that song because it's got lyrics. Okay, fair. God, I wish I could be as cool as you and Esden and actually do what I like for a living rather than a job that's killing me slowly. You're brilliant. Oh, there we go, there's the vidpid. I mean, Aki, Esden's offer. Take it. Trust me. You got this. Well, that's because you are basically the ABC9 person, and it's kind of cool. and I can't help but be a little bit terrified at how brilliant what you do is, but at the same time, it's great. So, not void, vid, vid. Pid. Product ID. Cannot convert the what? Same interface, don't like being on. Ew, okay. Oh, because this isn't supposed to be on this, it's supposed to be on this. Fair enough. Oh right, I need to as hex those. Hey, alright, Amy. Yeah, as hex, padding char. So this is 4 byte. Sorry, 2 byte. So 4 nibbles with the padding character as 0. It should be squirrely braces. Ah, really? Welcome back. Fair comment, Destin. Fair comment. To be fair, by the way, okay, so stepping back a moment on the jobs thing, one of the things that I have in mind with like MX Keyboard is once we get it to a point where it actually works, and I have a prototype that we can do a crowd supply campaign, I think the idea is basically start a business in the form of the Bad Alloc Heavy Industries banner. And try and get it to a point where I can not have to work a soul-crushing day job because I'm able to work that instead. I'm trying. Keep is just the start. I just have to make it all work. That's the problem. The keyboard wasn't really ever my hobby. It was actually intended as something that would be... fair enough, a blip. The keyboard was always intended, once I realized, what I could do with it, as like, oh, this is probably best to build out as a product. That's why we did so much stuff with design for manufacture, and trust me, it's better than my current job. Hey, there's BitPids. There's the one we want. So if we do a include vector, that's fair. Actually, that is very fair. It does depend on the person a lot. The job I'm comparing to at the moment is slowly killing me because it's something I absolutely hate to do. I'm good at it, but I also don't get any job satisfaction at all from it. And just, it's been absolutely pounding my poor mental health. Yeah, cool work environment, really shitty job. That is true, Eston. But I have got people around me, like Freya, who are willing to do some of the admin stuff that just... Screw that. Because she's good at that. And willing. See, that might be that Oblitrus, that we put you in a role that does mean you have to do business admin, where I struggle. We'll figure it out once we get to a point where it's even a possibility. Hey, you're new to Python. That's fair. That's fair. Found devices dot cap count doesn't exist. Size. Found errant devices. God, I love how easy Substrate makes this. Bingo! That was nice. Well, I think everybody here already realizes I can write software, gateware, firmware. There are a lot of things I can do, but just Your Python's perfectly fine. Python's good. And actually really efficient too, which kind of matters because it's an interpreted language. Yeah, that's true, Aston. This is good. Use of underscores in the right place. Yeah. Good wrapper. What's wrong with this, Zaki? There's nothing wrong with this code. This is excellent Python. This is absolutely excellent Python. This is... Ah, I am jelly that you're the one that wrote this and not me. This looks great. It mostly is, though. And honestly, screw the whole being Pythonic thing. Like, Pepe, fair. I know that inheritance screws with your head. That's fine and fair enough. Like, this is a valid way to do this. Okay, so we've got two options now, which is going to be by serial number, which we haven't yet dealt with the serial numbers, or just hope that there's... Exactly, Amy. So I think I'm just going to go straight up with if devices dot size is 1, return, it'll be return interact devices 0. Let's write interact. Yeah, having to have insurance for a business is kind of... Exactly, Hard Crash, but it's also good code. It's clear, it conveys what it is trying to do. Ah, German law. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Well, the error routine works. So we can then do if device valid return 1 There we go. Yeah. Because you're in the class definition when that fires, so you actually just can say track.1. You don't need to prefix with the class name. It's already in scope. And interesting, Aki. Does it work though if you take the MSR 605 dot off the front of that track.1? Cool. Yeah, it's scope. Python scope weirdness. We'll chalk it up to that for right now. You mean the term you're looking for is hemorrhaging money? I think she's working inside the class definition itself, which is why it didn't work. Like an outer function in the class definition. Actually, if I'm going to do that, it's going to be or that, so I don't have to repeat myself a whole lot. Is that going to be the right interface? BD. There we go. So interface. I think this is interface 1, as it's considered. No, it's interface 0, sorry. So we claim interface 0. That's fair, Eston. Now, the reason why I'm going to be getting the problem I'm getting is going to be because I don't have a rule for it. So let's create a rule. It's going to be 1209 and A, B, O, C. That's fair, Aston. Let's see. sudev admin control reload. Yeah, trigger. Bingo. So we're able to claim the interface and everything now. Should actually implement releasing the interface, because otherwise we're technically violating the contract. That's a good question, Pyropropter. Sorry, took me a moment to parse that one. Failed to release interface. So in between these two, we have full access to the device. Which is great. That makes life really nice and easy. I also, because I'm not going to have to deal with CDC, which is just gnarly, I don't have to do what I was doing in this other side where I was parsing the friggin' descriptors, because just... jeez. Instead, yeah. That's fair, Anonymous. Also, welcome to the stream. I should also do the set auto attach kernel driver thing, which is done after the open. Technically an int, returning function apparently. That's fair, Aston. So this is bool auto detach constant accept. Yeah, this little golden nugget. I hate this function too, but it's rather necessary. It's okay, Eston. Okie dokie, Hexchen. Thanks for stopping along so far. Hope you come back. I really hope I can do something a bit more interesting than just writing lots of code in a moment, but... Sure. That's a... Oh dear. uh... console.error failed. Oh, no, this is just a warning. Automatic detach of kernel driver not supported on this platform. And I can just make that void. Yeah. That actually also enables me to pull that into the if statement. First. Okay. That's fair. I think... I think I'm gonna do the call for auto detach kernel driver true here. Yeah, that works. Because of course it's supported on this platform, so that will never fail. Excellent. That works. Right, we don't need context up anymore. So, I now need to design a protocol that's common between the two halves. Yeah, that's fair. Baby steps and all of that. You have to start small. Otherwise, you just overdo it. That. And then... add all of these. Ah, now that's something I didn't mean to do with that wrap file, which we also need to add. False there. Oop. Because I didn't actually want to pull out catch 2. Oh, what was it called then? There we go. I have to tell it, hey, do that again. How is that finding substrate? Git clone git at github.com /bad alloc heavy industries substrate .git. Indeed. Take care, Eston. Where is that wrap gone? So, there it is. Substrate wrap. Ah, that's apparently why. Better. Okay. No work to do because, yep, it's all clean now. Good. So got me some build, the wrap, and the new software. Begun implementing a utility to talk to the SPI Flash programmer firmware. A little bit on the long side, but that's okay. I like my commit messages to actually be really quite descriptive of what it was I got done in that commit. So, I hate to do this, but I'm probably going to stick an include folder on the top level of the whole project. How does anyone feel about me doing that? Somewhere where I can put headers that are shared between the firmware and the Flash programming utility. So I don't have to write the protocol headers twice. In fact, actually, it should probably be common include, right? Which would then also allow me to put the scripts in a nice place where it would be common scripts. And, you know, it would be a little nicer, I think. Yes, it will. I have ways to deal with endianness. In fact, that's actually one of the reasons we've brought Substrate in here, is because it actually does know how to deal with endianness properly. Without, like, going to the networking library of the system and praying. So it'll work on embedded as well. MV scripts common. And then we get to edit the firmware Meson build. Like that. That looks good. Still runs. That should do the trick for making it so we can pull the files that are in there in. So I get to then say common include there, and that's that all sorted. New file in here, we'll call this protocol.hxx for now. I hate that word being the name of the header. Not a good name for that header. Actually, USB protocol would be okay. So we can start by writing a enum class. The message types, I think. we'll go with messages T for right now. So device count to give the number of devices, list device to give a listing for the exact flash device of a given number. What other messages do we need? We need to be able to target device. Let's get those working first. We are also going to want to put this in a namespace. So, how to make this work? This will be final. We're going to need the message type, but we don't have to explicitly have that. Or do we? Yeah, because we end up calling USB bulk transfer, or actually it won't necessarily be bulk transfer. That's actually something I want to get away from. It might well be an interrupt transfer, because that guarantees that the full thing has to arrive, etc. Whereas bulk is just best effort. And I don't really want to deal with having to do EP0 shenanigans with control transfers. They're never that fun. I am going to actually put this as an explicit member, and I'm going to specify the size as well. So it can't be anything other than we say it's to be. And this should also probably be marked final, because it's not derivable. This is just so that we can use device count T as a raw transfer structure. And then the number of devices, uint 8t count. This is going to want stood int for this type here and this type here. Why is that? Oh, welcome to the stream, create ID. Thanks for the follow. So a USB write in this case would be I thought I clicked on the device handle one? Because I had. I don't think I want to be playing in in asynchronous transfers. That's no. Oh no. It's gonna be difficult, isn't it? I've just realized something as well. That's not really well formed. This should be in place back and stood move. And there's a reason for that, and that is because of the reference counting. We want to keep the reference counts proper. So what that would allow us to do here is USB device T, taking a USB device T ref, that's a move reference to, we'll call this other. I actually should make this default constructible, and this is going to need an if device unref the device. And then we can then implement the std swap interface. Which std swap device other.device, and then the descriptor is. Well, actually, I can do a std swap for this as well. And to make that work, we need utility. So what this should do here is default construct me a USB device T, which actually we need to do USB device T, open brackets, no accept is default, otherwise we won't get that default constructor, which would suck. So once we've default constructed ourselves, we then swap ourselves with the other device object to just grab all of the bits that we need. And then the other is just discardable. It no longer represents a real device. And that works happily and handily. I do need to figure out how to turn off this particular C-ism that's happening here. This has lyrics. I better define that. Let's make this so that we have a conformant libUSB. Yeah. That was so dumb. This should be a pointer, not a... I'm gonna just have to turn that warning off as well. I used to see where you had to get frosty with it. I'm sorry. That actually didn't come out as good as I thought it would be. But instead of iced tea, iced C, as in frigid C. I'm sorry, I'll show myself the door now. I forget how the warning pragmas work in GCC. Diagnostic pragmas. Diagnostic push. I feel sullied and unusual. Oh my goodness, and that still didn't turn the error off. Oh no. Oh, the warning rather. Push ignored W pedantic. These are the latest online docs. Oh, Pragma GCC. Okay, you can't turn that off. Unless that's if def rather than if GNU-C. Oh, and it's not underscore, it's just GNU-C. Right? Yeah, there we go. Bingo. Evil. I hate that. Oh, thanks for the follow, David L. Blaze, I think is how I say that. Yeah, that looks about right. Welcome to the stream, thanks for the follow. Welcome back. Don't worry, you haven't missed that much. I've been going solely crazy. Well, we're talking with the device, so there is that. Thank you, Lofty. There we go. So we're able to find the device and then talk with it enough that we don't get any errors. So, yay! So we're currently designing USB protocol stuff, or at least trying to, and making it move compliant and... yeah. I'm trying to find the way you talk to endpoints, and there isn't a search. It should be libusb. Oh, is it? I have to put that over here in order to be able to go and find the help on it. That's what I was looking for. libusb interface interrupt transfer. I'm looking to do an interrupt transfer rather than a bulk one, because I want the guaranteed delivery rather than the best effort delivery. Because then we don't have to worry about like fragmentation or any of the other many things that can happen with bulk. We just have to always send something that's smaller than the interface transfer size, and that guarantees that it will get there in one shot. So... oh, now I can find it. Bull. Right, interrupt. Oh, interesting that they've done that. That is not compliant. Okie dokie, Blet. So we want to take uint8t endpoint void data size t int 32t data len. Yeah, do I want to do that way? I'm trying to think how I name things in Substrate, because in this point I actually want to try and kind of copy what I did there with FDT, because that was some good naming. Buffer pointer, buffer len. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Keeps it all nice and symmetric and happy. Const auto result is device endpoint. This has to be static cast to viewing 8t star buffer putter, because yeah, C interfaces, they're fun. Buffer len null putter for now, which means we actually have to guarantee a minimum version of libusb 1. I'm okay with that, and an infinite timeout will do very nicely, because this shouldn't take long. I just want it to keep trying otherwise. So we have to guarantee this version minimum. Yeah, since version. So we can do that. Here. I think it is. Oh, version. Bingo. So I've got a new enough version, so that's fine, and now Meson will refuse to allow you to build if you do not have a new enough version. That means we now have to go and start doing stuff in the firmware. Oh, and I also should put a return statement in that function, because I told it it would return. libusb error name with the result. I'm actually going to split that there. That'll read nicer. Of bytes that actually reads even better. So this will say, like, failed to complete interrupt transfer of 2 bytes to endpoint, endpoint number, reason, and then whatever the libusb reason is. Good. So, having done all of that, let us Let us do a commit set. Fixed some issues in how reference counting was not being handled due to incorrect handling of device objects. And then this is bring libUSB into conformance as best as possible and turn off the resulting warnings. Because, yeah, it'd be like that. So, let's dive into the firmware again. Before we can really do too much in the firmware, we need to implement the bring up of EP1, endpoint 1. That means configuring the endpoint blocks in the peripheral and making it so that, you know, it responds properly. So the first thing to do here is FlashProto.cxx, so we have a file for implementing the protocol. And this will be in the namespace USB Flash Proto, I think. I should also really do SPIDX everywhere because I've been really bad at that today. This would make Aki proud, actually. I am properly decorating all of my files so that the licensing is explicit and it's this really neat little one-liner. Okie dokie, take care, Electronic Guild. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I did that one. Good, good, good. I'm probably gonna need USB core in here, but the rest maybe not. Now, so I should really adjust a couple of things in my settings here. Common substrate, sorry, common include depth substrate. Oh no, actually that's one too far in. And we also need user include libUSB 1.0, I think was the... Yeah. That should solve a few include issues that we've been seeing, as the linter couldn't really figure it out on its own. Ah, got rid of all the include errors. Yay. Good, good, good. That was exactly as I expected. Hey, Auntie. Welcome, welcome. You've missed my having hilarious fun here with getting libUSB to work, maybe. Yeah. Indeed, Aston. It's starting to. We're back in the firmware now, trying to think about how to do bring up of endpoint 1 and all of that stuff. Wild, man. Now, the first thing that comes to mind with the config here is that we've got descriptors, and the descriptors have, like, we've got a config descriptor and this config sex thing, specifically actually config descriptors, gives us a block of things to iterate through and use as the source of information for how to set the device up. That is indeed the reference. I'm going to make you definitely successfully managed to sound young, yes. I'm sorry, Atty. I have no idea what the kids said today. Oh, that's fair. Being a bit weird is good. I mean, hands up who's not odd in chat. That make it yeah, that made it angry. Whoops. That was my point, Eston. Why is that ambiguous? That shouldn't be ambiguous. Okay, that works. Oh, okay. And I really want this to be a number of configurations rather than just a hard-coded number. Where is our config descriptor count? There we go. think that's in scope. Yes, that's in scope. Ah, I managed to close the file. Whoops. Ah. Nicely done, Eston. I do. It has been the previous session, actually. We haven't yet really needed it today so far. Though that might be about to change. So in device, we want to auto descriptors. This is actually going to be const auto descriptors is USB config descriptors active config. So what this does is it gets us what I've called a multi-part table, which is really an iterator. Aww. Bad magstripe writer. Bad. Be kind, Wacky. What this does is it gives us a begin end iterator pair that allows us to iterate through the descriptors for this particular configuration, and we can then dispatch based on like, oh, this one is an endpoint descriptor, this one is an interface descriptor, etc. So to make that happen, for const auto ref descriptor in descriptors, we want to so we want to make a pointer to the innards of the descriptor. We then need to have a USB descriptor T type which is going to need to be initialized as invalid. Using USB descriptors descriptor type, because otherwise this gets to real pain in the to write. So we copy into type from descriptor plus 2, I think it is. Sorry, plus 1. 1 byte. Now, because of the way that memcopy works, that's actually an intrinsic, so it's not actually expensive. We get it for free. I do now, however, need to make this a static cast to stood byte. I think might exist. I can't type. AMD 64 and ARM HF? I think you mean ARM 64 and ARM HF. Check your architectures. Yeah, but usually Aptitude doesn't allow you to install binaries for another architecture on your current architecture. Kind of like a sanity thing where it's like, but no, that will never work. Oh, okay. I see. Cross-compilation in this case. That's weird that it's not allowing you to do that. But then I also have never used the package manager for that. So... Ah. Hmm. How is that an undefined reference? Oh. Oh, no, that still's not happy. Alexi, all the things. That makes literally no sense. And actually, if that were wrong, that would have blown up. Ah. It's marked extern. Okay, time to bring out an M. So this is in device and descriptors. Yeah, I want a plugin. I thought that would just work automatically, because this was built with LTO support. Ah! Or... oh, dash plugin. Or dash plugin, rather. Is it LTO? Hey now. You're actually allowed to ask questions, by the way. If I'm writing something that's just going completely over your head, pop a hand up, as it were, instead of ask me what does that do, and I will try and explain it as simply as I can. That's fine. Do you know how my streams have the educational tag? Yeah, that. Hmm. C++21 isn't a thing, it's C++20, and I'm using 17. That's fair. I figured you might be. But it's still helpful to say that, you know, there isn't a 21, it is 20. Is it 1A? I thought it was 2A. Oh. God. Oh no, it was 2Y, wasn't it? Or some weird, wacky thing. Compilers do weird stuff. God, the problem that the C++ Standards Committee is going to have in, like, 60 years. Oh yeah, we're releasing C++ 89. The next version, oh. Oops. Because we started out at 98. Then there's the OX thing that we don't talk about. Then 11, 14, 17, and 20. Soon to be 23 as well when we get through enough years. uh I am also convinced that C++ might still be a thing in like 100 years, which is terrifying. Yeah, you don't want to know why it's still a thing either. Because you'd just be rocking back and forwards going, oh no, oh god no. Why? Well, I mean, assembly is always going to be a thing. Because at the end of the day, we've got machines executing instructions, and you have to express what those instructions to the machine are somehow. So there's always going to be some fundamental level of programming. Even if that assembler becomes so hyper complicated that a human can't actually hold it in their head and do anything with it. Well, Zeos security? Zeos security? Yeah. Failed to load, no such... Really? Because I built this with plugin support, so it should have the plugin. Yep. The plugins are unversioned. That's why. Oh. Yeah. I'm trying to work out why. Yeah, that's very fair, Eston, which is actually one of the reasons why there's a big shortage of people who can do it still. Or Amy's found a bug. Or... Oof. Big oof. Because it shouldn't be in here. This shouldn't have the LTO stuff. And indeed it doesn't. Indeed. Is good. See, what I should have... There it is. What I should have is this file in the top level here of my installation. But it ain't there. Oh, yeah. I think we all have those kind of stories at this point. If you've spent any amount of time in the industry, it's not great. I'm getting frustrated because this should just work. Okay, for right now, meson configure -d LTO false. Oh, b_LTO. I can turn LTO off. It's not great, but I also now have to fix the command line because I accidentally did a thing. There we go. Luckily, it didn't change anything in terms of the way it fails. That wasn't an LTO specific thing. And that should mean I can get rid of that. Bingo! Oh, I know about that. With the kind of stuff I've been running though, I wasn't sure it was going to be longer or shorter to try and use it. Is it device that we were? Yeah, it's device. So, yeah, we ask for that. And we do define it. It's defined! Come on! Friggin' defined. Oh, it's lowercase r, not b. Oh. That's weird. Oh. Ah. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah. That took too long. Ah. How did I not spot device versus descriptors? Whatever. It's done now. It works. So we pull out the descriptors type. We can then do a if type is let's go by endpoint. So we can do if USB it fits the USB descriptor type for endpoint. Then we want to set up endpoint as described by the descriptor, which we can now safely static cast. How to do this best? This is going to be static cast to a const USB endpoint descriptor T. There we go. That'll be the nice way to do it. Because the descriptor already contains all the information we need to correctly configure the device, so this makes sense for us to do it this way. This shouldn't really cost us anything, in theory. Because we got the endpoint type which is whether it's interrupt or bulk or what have you. I want to make these both interrupt. Oh. Welcome to the stream and thanks for the follow, Bindatronics. I think I've got your name right. So, how many values are there for that? I forget. That's probably because it's quite loud in my headphones, so it's getting picked up by my microphone again, probably. I need a better setup. We'll work on that. Fair enough. So the endpoint types we have. Here we go. Yes, you now have a very nice Rode microphone. I'm well aware. I actually am looking to, because I will use it for studio use as well, I will want myself a condenser microphone and probably one of the Shure range, because I know how they work really well. That's not what I was trying to do. So at the moment I'm using a lapel mic, but I wish I had a proper boom arm mounted. Yeah, I actually have got the interface. No, sorry, I haven't yet got the interface. I need to sort out an interface as well, and I really don't want to go down the route of the oh, what's his name? Yeah, the SM7B is a nice microphone. It's really good. Of course you do, Raven. Raven's lofty. Not jealous at all. That's right, I don't want to go with a Scarlett Solo. Because for what I want to do, they don't quite have enough quality. Well, that's a whole thing. I am glad. Scarlet Solo has some problems. Let's just not go about it on stream at the moment. What did I catch? This is case. Ah, jeez. Well, if they manage to improve it that way, but also, like... I'm not going to be using it just for speech. That's the thing. And I actually need certain features that the Focusrite doesn't have. Because I will be using it in a multi-track manner, and not necessarily always with microphones. Let's do bulk. Come on. Well, I really don't want to go down the Focusrite route. That's part of the thing, Steffi. I have my reasons. You just gotta trust me on that one, please. I've been learning guitar. I need to get back on that one, but... Steffi, take it from me. I did music tech. There are things it can't do that I will want it to do. That mean it is not appropriate for me to go down the Focusrite route. Okay? It's not just features. Let's just say that among other things, driver support for what I would like to be able to do with it is absolute shite. Because the versions I've heard so far, at least until the one I heard Eston using, are not actually as good as I need them to be for what I want to do. I'm glad that they've finally revised their hardware. And it now is transparent. It didn't used to be. There are problems with what they've built that mean I just can't use what they're doing for now. And I'm okay with that, because, you know, particular use case. I'm being vague, yes, because I really don't want to have to think about the amount of money I'm looking at having to spend. Fair enough, create ID. Let's just say that if I was dealing with just microphones and bands, it would be okay. Probably. Save for the fact that Linux support for it is... You don't have automation support, basically. That's fair. Hypercardioid condensers do exist. They're just really expensive. That's fair to comment. And yeah, it's a very basic audio device on Linux only, because drivers. That's part of the problem. How does this work? Yeah, similar problem to the HDMI capture thing. I know how I want to do this. Okay. Yeah. Mm. Oh, shite, I can't do that way. Oh, I'll have a look in a moment. Oh, I know. I know exactly what I'm gonna have to do here, and it's kind of annoying. uh, Focusrite is really cagey about how their control interface works, which kind of makes sense, to be fair. Sorry, the reason I'm going so much is because I'm realizing that the way that this thing works... Yeah, that's fine if you're not doing any automation. If you're using a professional door and you're doing automation, you're screwed. There is the start of the difference in my use case. Anyway, the reason I'm going is because the way that this darn thing works means that all of the control stuff I need is all packed into one giant structure. Let me show you. There's a really large amount to this header. Here it is. So, the first thing we can do actually though is epconfig epconfigs. There's 7 of them because there's 8 endpoints total, but endpoint 0 is its own separate thing. You'd have a mixing desk too, but you can actually automate things on a professional interface, such as the volume control itself, i.e. the gain level, and whether or not you're using the preamp, etc. You can actually automate all of that from in the door. Anyway, the problem I've got here is that, for example, if I want to change... Oh, it's worth it. Because you can do some whack things then. If I want to change the way that an endpoint is configured, I need to access its EPCTRLT here, and this has got TX and RX members, and then they're interleaved. That is the reason why I've been umming and erring, because I'm realizing that I'm going to have to create a batch of values that are consts, that are the new configuration constants for this thing, and... Oh, okay, take care, Raven. Rather lofty. I keep reading the first half of your name. Oh, they won't be gone for a while. Like, as in, they'll take a break, but 4 in the morning usually is when Lofty's going to bed, and that's fine. Just less typing. Hey Lofty, it's okay that you go to bed late. It works for you. That's what's important. I wish I could do the late thing more because I am a night owl. So, so this will want to be... I can't do what I was going to do here. This is going to have to be return like 0 or something. Yeah, the real world being... Technically, if they want to, they can phone me. And I would actually be quite okay with that. How does the configuration of the modes work again? That's fair enough. Hey, we're all different. It's valid. I'm just trying to work out right now how I configure the type of an endpoint. Time to look in this file. That's fair. I'm glad that I switched to mechanical when I did. Because otherwise my wrists would be so screwed right now. Oh, that's bad, Lofty. Yikes. I'm sorry, but that's gotta hurt, really. Ah. So the FIFO size has got part of... better for it? Aw. What kind of keys are you using? What brand, color? Because that can make a big difference too. Okay. That's usually really good for this kind of problem. Unless part of the problem you're getting is that the bump itself is causing RSI shocks. In which case you should probably try reds. You know, that's valid. I'm actually on the same kind of feels with the reds. I don't like them either. I'm trying to work out how the chip knows what endpoint is configured in what way. Ah. Yeah, it took me a long time, but learning how to not bottom switches out. That's what saved my wrists. So this is where you enable isochronous. Oh, it does take years. Yeah. Yeah, you would do with red because you don't get a... you've activated it. Start up on upstroke. If I actually hammer on my keyboard, oh my god, it's loud. I didn't try and touch type either. It just came naturally. Which was really cool, actually, to kind of watch it unfold for me. Um... You definitely can. You absolutely can. I actually used to touch type without the home row. It was a weird way of typing, but it worked for me. But when I went to an actual mechanical keyboard, it then started to change over time without me even trying, until I got to a point where I'm typing the way I do, which is a very traditional kind of touch type. If I had a camera right now pointed at my keyboard and you can see me type, then Huh. I was using all of my fingers to type when I was touch typing without using the home row. Yeah, that's not good. Do you have a wrist rest for your keyboard, Lofty? Because I find that happens if I don't have a wrist rest. Ah. I'm gonna have to do some prototype wrist rests. Huh, that's entertaining. I'm gonna have to do prototype wrist rests as part of MX Keyboard. And, when I do that, I might well consider sending you one, because you sound like you need it a lot. See, I find if I lay my keyboard flat, it actually causes a hyperextension, and that really hurts. The having it up at an angle is quite important for me. Ah, Steffi, I would call that touch typing still. Yeah, I also have my arms on my desk too. Huh. For me, my forearms are fully on the desk. My elbows actually fall off the back of my desk slightly, usually. Um, that probably doesn't help, Lofty. Uh, but my wrists need the support of a rest. Hmm. That's fair, Eston. Kind of, it's bundled, the skills bundled with, the layout, right? Anyway, hmm. Oh, okay. I'll have a look in a little bit. Thank you, Lofty. I type a hell of a lot, which is part of why I got really good at actually trying to care for myself a bit. Ooh, yikes. Um, that's fair, Eston. It's all very much a personal thing, isn't it? To be fair. So, We have a isochronous is the easy one. Oh. I learned to touch type by typing code, so I do have that advantage, and I am aware of that. Ooh. Yeah, my arms are the bit that's on an upward slant for me. Oh no. That sounds like an upset Aki. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's a thing. Please go and cook, dear, yes. Is that aimed to me or Lofty? Okay, fair. Bulk or interrupt, doesn't matter which. Causes this to be this is status control high. Okie dokie. Okay, take care, Obliterus. I hope you're okay. This was Val's USB. EPs, bulk ISO. No, bulk interrupt versus ISO. Slash B mode. This is bit 6, so that is hex 40. Okay, dokie. Let me open Discord. Oh my, Lofty, that is not very much space. Huh. I understand though, but like, cramped. Esdens. Oh, that's nice. The rest seems a bit full, but if it works for you, then yeah, I can try and do that. So this is Esden's setup. Okay. So yeah, that's quite the amount of rest. Yeah, it's a lot of padding. But if it works for him, right? Um, you know, that seems reasonable. Yeah. Yeah, I can understand the palms not liking floating, actually. My palms rest on my wrist rest. That's actually the part of my wrist palm combo that actually goes on the rest. Yeah. No, that's fair. I get that. I get that completely. Please do. Because this is interesting. I'm not sure I actually want a default statement in there. It's going to complain at me for not implementing control. Yeah, control's not handled in Switch. Arr. Now it's handled, but it's actually handled up here, so whatever. If endpoint dot address, well, const auto direction is endpoint address and that. So if we're in control in mode, which is our transmit side, then we get to work with oh, thank you. So that's the keyboard without a reference, and then with reference of human. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah, you do. It's properly deep. Indeed. You just had to get a cow on my stream, didn't you? But for me, yeah, this angle here is too shallow. So I would actually be popping your feet up so I could then have it at the right angle for me. But that's why this is all customizable. Welcome back, Raven. Rather lofty. I keep doing that. I parsed the wrong half of your name. Yeah, for me, I get up to here on my desk, and the back half of that, if you will, okay, is off my desk. So this is Lofty's. Now you see what I mean about the cramped. Aw, your desk is okay. Mine's terrible by comparison. I actually, right now, if I took a photo of my desk looking from where I'm sat, I would dox myself. That's how bad it is. You did custom build your desk, didn't you, Atty? Kind of have that benefit of custom building. Oh. Oh. I'm not going to do that. Okay. I haven't got Feddy open, so... Yeah, that's... small. Hmm. Oh, it's more like just there's no point me zooming in because it zooms in way too much. But yeah, the personally identifying information being kept out of shot is a good thing. Definitely gets thumbs up from me. Let's see, auto. This is the endpoint. epconfig. Yeah. Hi, Aki. Good girl. I'm glad to hear that. Config or control? I keep getting this backwards in my head. I just noticed a mistake I'd made. This is control. I'm glad that you've just got it sorted and going. That's the bit that matters to me. So this is the controller in is our transmit, so TX status control high gets to be this pre-computed value with some masking. We've got to do some masking next. talking of food's making me feel hungry again. Ah. Yeah, sorry. I'm looking in the wrong part of the datasheet. This bit here. So... Oh no, the vertical! Actually, I can see why Steffi does it, and it makes a lot of sense. uh... Auto clear, no effect. That's what we want. We don't want DMA enabled. We do not want the not yet stuff disabled. Yeah, Steffi's done a lot of needing to read, so that makes sense. I don't do very well with vertical myself, but you know that's fine. That's what it is. We don't care about the DMA mode, and we've got to preserve the lowest bits. Yeah, this would probably do well on a vertical if only it was not a lot of white and therefore, well, actually at that point I'd be using a dedicated PDF reader, but then that brings its own problems and yeah. So I personally don't benefit from it, but that's fine. I benefit more from this kind of layout. Because effectively I have two portrait monitors on one landscape monitor. You pop chat out onto it, don't you? So it looks like the only thing I need to do here... I'm gonna need to preserve... Oh. It was bits 2 through 0, so 7 here, I think. I have to glue a thing on the front of that for it to work. Which I haven't got handy. I mean, it is a laptop, to be fair. Okay, that's a decent GPU in a laptop. Yeah, something with a bit more beef to it without it, you know, melting your lap or the table. Okay, so far so good. We've got a narrowing. That's not good. I mean, 4K is quite specifically 16 to 9. It wouldn't be called 4K for a 16 to 10, and they probably do exist, but that's fair. I'm just trying to work out right now. Um, ah, yeah, those are expensive. Hey, dear, it's okay. What? Well, you posted in chat, so I'm guessing you don't mind me opening it on stream. Yeah, that was the old Ozen. And yeah, it is very, yeah. She's good. Aki is good, I mean. Oh no, I mean as in this is the old version of Aki's layout for Ozen. Welcome, the your bargain, I think it is. um, I should go and find a copy of one of my photos of my desktop now. The orb again. Okay, that makes much easier to say. Or I need to watch that whole anime and just uh give me a moment to see if I've got any photos of my desktop anywhere handy. Oh no, I need to. Viscerally need to. Good to know, Steffi. The orb. That works. I'm confounded as to where on earth pictures of my desktop have gone. I'm gonna have to go and look on photos. Google. Yeah, okay, fair. Not great, but good to know. Yeah, that one will do. So that's my desk. Yeah. Do you think I've got enough screens? Yeah. Queens! uh, I need more. Yeah. Um, Eston, I think yours is nicer than mine. Lofty, you've got a point. Uh, I actually want more screens. It's really bad. Uh, oh geez. You got your whole room transflagged? Um, I think you win. Although, Aki does have a transflag on her server, so she wins for that one. Huh. Neat. Winning is overrated, yeah. I'm just trying to see, do I have another better photo of my desk? No. I do not. Grr. So, we've got endpoint height sorted. Aha, there we go. That's in host mode. And oh, that's only used for host. Okay. Oh, balls. Agreed, Steffi. That's also host only. This is host only. Host only. Host only. Huh. Fair enough, Ablet. Welcome back as well. Oh, host only. Oh, geez, Aki, did you have to do that? Um, I think both Obliterous and Eston do good at using it for good. To be fair, you two are great. Yeah. Well, I'd also point out that Eston runs 1-Bit Squared's Discord, which is one of the most trans-friendly Discords I've been to that I can publicly talk about. And the only good one I can think of that is run by a cis white guy that's trans friendly. Uh, it's good. It's really good. I am not trying to ruin your ret, but you are amazing, Oblit. Just saying. You do, but also It's partly because you care. It's what you do with it. It matters. We all help each other, yes. Right now, I could scream at this chip and go, how the hell do I configure you? I wouldn't get an answer, which sucks. It looks like it just doesn't matter what mode things are in. For the non-isochronous mode. Hey, there's nothing wrong with crying. I have to set up the maxes. That's going to be the other thing that this gets to do. Now, constants-wise for the maxes, these were the FIFO sizing constants that we had. Hugs to all, indeed. I mean, you're not transphobic, so... yeah? uh, I like that way of looking at it, Steffi. I like that a lot. Okay, so we can set this up as whatever's in the packet headers. Okay, take care, Steffi. Actually, I don't need a const auto for this. I can just go EP control TX. Data max is max packet size. This is again host only mode. God, that's terrible. And I love it. You have a firefly on your desk? Huh. We also have to mess with these. That's gonna be the fun part. Mmm. You might be here a while, apparently. Endpoint address stuff. I really want to make this nicer, actually. Oh, I have a mask for this. That's fine. So USB control EP FIFO endpoint number. Huh. All the while in sunny old England, in the UK, it's still criminal to possess. Yeah. Governments are uptight, that's all I can say. Nah. Oh, EP index. Whoopsie. Did you say background checks from help? Yeah. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. There we go, that fixes that warning. Sorry, I was trying to fix a warning and it was making it worse. Control reaches the end of a... but I handle all the cases. Oh, you're fine. Oh no, our government's really, really conservative, and you know, it's evil, you know. Trust me, you're in a place where you're not alone. I don't tend to talk politics, but well, you got me on a night where I actually am apparently willing to. Sorry. This is where like half my followers go. Sorry. Hmm. No, not that. I'm going to go scrolly over here. There we go. So this is dynamic FIFO sizing. This is what I'm looking for. Eston, you're fine. Honestly. Yeah, a lot of my viewers are in the UK and are night owls. It's weird like that, but also really cool. I should probably wrap this up shortly. Yeah, and the rest are in the US. Hmm. I'm trying to remember what CZ is short for. I feel bad that I don't know what that is off the top of my head. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Czech Republic, that kind of thing. God, it's late over there for you. That depends, Atty. If they're a night owl too. You're allowed. I'm gonna write another function in the constants here. We need to be able to map these. Oh, check. Okay, fair enough. I'm Czechia? Okay. Sorry, I'm not entirely up on my geography in that area at the moment, so my apologies if that caused offense. I'm trying to work out why I was dividing by 8 there. Okay, I've got to do a little change. This is going to be FIFO size because these constants are the same regardless of being the RX or the TX register, and I need that in this case. Because otherwise I have to double work, which not a fan of. Okay, fair. Still like to be kind of okay on my global geography and yeah, so. I don't like it when I put my foot in it. As these are actually completely identical, I'm moving these. There we go. Makes that a little bit saner. I just realized I don't need to all that in if I pass that in there so that it knows the mode that I want the FIFO in. Right, now to actually write the function. How big is that? Is a uint 16t? So, we get to do const expr things now. This is kind of cool, actually. Whether this will translate directly into actual const expr over here, I don't think so, but we tried. So we can say if not double buffered, because these constants are 0, 1. Well, yeah. 0 comes out as false, this comes out as true, so good enough. And that can be const expr, I think. No, it's not constant, darn it. Well, it probably will compile out properly anyway, so I don't care. No return statement in const expr function. Yes, because we're getting there. So we can then do if size less than or equal to 8, return FIFO size 8, else if this is 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 4 that. And then I'm going to turn this just into a straight else. Take care, Atty. The orb again, I don't really have very much choice here. In this case, I'm going to not be quite repeating myself because for each of the sizes here, these double. So like it's 128 for a 64 byte for double buffering. And that means that this becomes the else here. Ooh. And also I'm gonna then have to OR into this block the double buffering constant. So actually what I'm gonna do is return a lambda taking the size, it's no accept. So I can then cleanly OR in the double buffering constant. Which will actually be free. Because this is actually all const expra. Yeah, this feels okay. I do want to do a little bit of an extra thing here. If I can. No, I can't. Because max packet size isn't const expra properly. I was thinking of doing a static assert that this is less than or equal to 1024, and that this is less than or equal to a 2048. But what this means is that if we say want to make the size of the area 96 bytes long, we can do that now. And the right thing will happen. At least in this layer. That gives me the need to then look at how this works. Ah, yes. Yep, just frickin' works is good. This is what this function was for. Right, okay. So we have 228 byte buffers at the start. So we've got auto... actually, no, I can't do auto here. This is going to be a uint 16t. No, 32t. Start address, which we initialize to 256. And then we can pass in start address as a second parameter here. And then for each of these, USB control dot tx5o addr is I don't like this logic, actually. Anyway, this is the FIFO Val's USB FIFO start address for each, and then start address plus equals endpoint max packet size star2, because we're double buffering, so yeah, that works. Interesting, that's in device 85? Oh, that's in standard request. Yep, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not the cutie, you're the cutie. Anyway. Having done all of that stuff... Aww. Pat pat. It'll be active config of 1. If the active config is 1, then we are in main mode. And the reason I'm doing this, by the way, sorry, I should explain a little tiny bit. All of this whole setup configuration stuff, I'm working it the way I am because it is incredibly possible, once we've got this all working properly, I go and write a USB bootloader for it. That's actually on the cards. At which point, I need to be able to have multiple configurations and the ability to switch between them cleanly and properly so that we can pop into a bootloader mode, a DFU mode, that'll probably be config 2, which the config tool will also have to support. And when you're dropped into DFU mode, the active configuration is a different configuration, the endpoints are set up a little differently, it may well reuse the same endpoints, and then it has to go and call a different set of setup functions, and actually that's where we can then flip into bootloader mode. So it's basically, if active config is 2, flip into bootloader. But that doesn't yet exist here, so I love this song. So I've got USB core in it, USB device in it, technically. That would be what they would be called. So in here we need a void init That's no accept. And we need a flash proto.hxx. Now, if and def USB flash proto hxx define USB flash proto hxx namespace USB flash proto and then what we can do include USB flash proto hxx in it. And now we have the ability to actually bring endpoint 1 up for real. Yes, I'm actually getting stuff done. I don't know what we need to do in the init side of things here. I think for now it's probably going to be a knot of sorts. Oh, right. There is the issue of setting up. Sorry, Obliterous. Yeah, I need to configure the area that the core driver is going to get to pull data into for us. Because else if endpoint is 1 and active config is 1, USB flash proto handle packet. Now that's going to be broken because I haven't pulled active config into scope and flash proto is not yet defined. But the latter's really easy. Let's fix one of them. Handle packet doesn't exist yet, so we'll quickly fix that. So the nice thing here is yeah, we can just do the if in else if out thing. So void handle packet no accept if we get a packet in, pull some more stuff into scope here, which gives me an opportunity to find out where I put the active config stuff. That's in USB device. That's in types. No, that's in core, and that's in types. Yeah. Next. Ah, right. I never wrote generic handle IO functions. Ah, that's a problem. Ah, that makes life actually quite a bit more difficult. Oh, nice. Normal Saturday evening then. If controller out, then it's a request, else it's a response. Whoops. Undefined reference to USB flash. I forgot to put this file into the build system. Bingo. So the first thing I want to do is to define memory spaces for the responses and requests. So we want to have a stirred array of stirred byte that spans the packet area. What's the descriptor say? I think I set it to like 64. Yeah, I set it to 64. EP buffer size. Request and response, that's what we're going to call those, and the request and response ones need to then be given to EP status controller in 1 and out 1. So in is response. I need to do a commit here, I think, so I can then break this up properly. So let's add this. Let's add this and this. Added a stub for the Flash USB Flash protocol. Should I add the licensing stuff? That's required. That's now ready to go. That's required. That's required. I'm going to intentionally do a broken commit, I think. Unless... No, actually I need to do this. There's a proper one thing. God, this is a lot of one-shotting stuff. Ah. Yeah. Okay. What haven't I done here? Or pets twacky. Yes, Lofty, that is a thing. Unfortunately. Implemented support for the set configuration That's a mood, Aki. Same. Implemented support for the set configuration. Control request. Fixed a missing PDX header on in, not on, the shared USB protocol header, which I should definitely include into here. No such file or directory. That's possibly because the shared include isn't yet in the meson here. Yeah, it's because it's not in here. Oh. I missed a C off the front. Oh my. Oh my. Now, dear. Pragma once is subtly broken and should just be ignored as a thing. Particularly if you ever get a file system or a build that's being done with lots of symlinks involved, the tracking for it is really bad, so it doesn't work properly. It's a known bug. It's just, yeah. And there's no fix for it. It's just not possible to do the tracking properly. It's okay. I figure you weren't aware of the tracking issues with symlinks in builds and just I'm doing it the way I am because well, actually, Aki, that's smart of you, because the Pragma once, if it's working properly, will save processing time. But when it's not working properly, you're getting saved by the include guards. So you actually get the best of both worlds. I should probably do both. I've just never had a build time bad enough to warrant it. Yet. That wasn't caused by, like, telling a library I wrote that you should use, like, all of my system RAM. It's not that it doesn't recognize both idioms, it's that the tracking of pragma once is really subtly broken in GCC and Clang and everything, because of the way that symlinks work, etc. And it's just not a tractable situation to actually fix properly. It's just forever broken. It sucks, but it's how it is. Basically, the compiler can't see through the symlink as far as pragma once is concerned. So it sees the symlinked file as a brand new header, even if it's already been included elsewhere. And also, it can get a bit confused if you're doing tricks with, like, let's say I'd named where's common gone? Let's say I'd named this, instead of USB protocol, Flash Proto. Or heck, actually even this one here, USB protocol. I run the risk with pragma once that it can't disambiguate properly between these two headers, depending on what -i options I'm handing it. It's messed up. Let's pull out some common code. Oh. This needs to go into USB core. And this might actually make the USB device driver device independent clean, which would be really nice. This is read EP const uint8t endpoint. If endpoint is 0, then do this thing. Ooh. No, do I want... How does this chip work with regards to signaling on status control L on the other endpoints? L in this case being low because it's a 2-part register. Accessed independently because, of course. Should be this one. this is the host-only version. This is the device version. Here we go. So we have to clear the RX ready bit. But it's done a different way for the non-control endpoint. Okay. Oh, that's a good point. I should also check that I didn't goofball something in here too badly. This becomes USB core read EP0, which is nice. So this goes into the USB core header. And we'll also have write EP. What else? What else? Oh, sorry to hear that. That's a mood. Aki, help! Lofty's calling me out again. Sorry. Lofty's calling me out again. Should do something else. I should wrap up. Oh, I said yeah. USB CTRLs this thing. I can't because I'm working on a microcontroller. This is C++. Also, welcome, Chigivi, I guess. Rust has got problems that for what I'm doing. Rust is fine. It just doesn't gel with me and doesn't work for what I'm doing. Yeah, modern C++ is really good. That actually means I get to do this. which is better because that's now the correct bit of code. Yeah, this is C++17. Just for reference, and like, I have lambdas. I can do really cool stuff inside lambdas, and just yep, because I left something unfinished in a different function. Yeah. Yeah, as long as you manage to get the thing done at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. So the thing it's complaining at me at is this. This is the receive status control L register. That's a mood. And also fair lofty. Although, to be fair lofty, you can choose the standard version. So you can get to use like all the nice stuff. No, hang on, I was about all equals. No, this is, I have to clear a bit. Ooh. I am sorry for your loss. Ooh, I'm sorry, Lofty. I thought you did. I think that's, yeah, that's bit 0. So that's fine. That maps properly. Yeah. Huh. You mean getting to see me do what I've been doing with C++ has been making you go, wait, this doesn't have to suck? This doesn't have to be bleh? Like, surprisingly enough, this here is valid C++. This is a rye wrapper. Yay! Good girl. Yeah. This is also valid C++, and this is nice. This is wrapping all of the USB and all of the horrible up in rye wrappers, being like, that's good. Oh, that's good. Yeah, have you noticed how often I say auto, by the way? Oh, it's terribly great, really. This here as well, like, that should be a squatty brace. And then we get to use a lambda now because this actually needs to do a little bit more complicated stuff. Oh, yeah, that is such a killer feature of C++17. I'm actually using that in this firmware. In the device handling here, in setup packet, in handle setup packet here, I call this function called handle standard request. It returns a tuple, And I just unpack the tuple into the response to the data and the size. Done. Like, this makes this code really nice. The other way of doing this is horrible. It is very embedded friendly. So that's now going to be uint 16t, because deduction of types. It's awesome. I do need to find a better way to format these. Like maybe something a bit more like that, I guess. But for now, that'll do. What else touches EP0 control in this function? Nothing. Oh, good. So this actually is now clean. I think the only other thing I need to do here is the data end thing. There's data error. Oh, okay. Fair enough, Lofty, take care. I do actually in this case, Aki, because unfortunately the registers are two different sizes. This RX count is uint 8t. The other one's a uint 16t, so I'm having to manually disambiguate what I want it to do. Which sucks. But, you know, that's okay. It actually works out better with the fact that transfer count is a uint 16t anyway. So this is fine. Normally I would rely on the disambiguation and not do the arrow thing, but yeah. Handle request. Here we go. So we can now do a read EP. Good girl. How did I do this for handle setup packet? If not, then I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. You sound like you're having a really bad time with cross-compilation. I'm just trying to work out how do I want to signal trying to work out how I want to signal that. Oh God, I am sorry. Yeah, that's a giant pile of pain. Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah, so the thing with this is going to be how on earth I try and tell the PC that, oi, you fucked up and goofed here. I think I'm just going to initiate a stall condition and let it be. That means doing this-ish. EPCTRLs 0. I need the platform headers. This is the other giant function that's going to be a pain to move. Actually, I just noticed something that I should do with this in relation to this. Let's put this in the USB device namespace. This is read control endpoint. There is no endpoint number then. This is just hard-coded to 0. And this will be more compiler friendly actually. And then this one becomes if not endpoint, return false. Do endpointy things. Oh, need to strip a return statement out. And we don't have to worry about the endpoint 0 handling. We just have our local handling. That makes me happier. It's a little less dry, but it's also going to compile better as a guarantee. This is RX status control stall. Stall is bit 5. Bit 5 is X10. That's not 10. Oh. Yeah. No. 1, 2, 4, 8, 1, 2. No, it is right. Good to hear that, Aki. Okay, so at this point, if we get here, we now have valid data in the request buffer above. Needs reinterpreting according to the USB protocol header structures. So for example, the first byte is going to be a messages T. And this is going to be a memcopy into type of request byte 0. Oh god. Just use that's cursed. Don't worry, I'm not going to take that anywhere. It made me cringe hard enough. But oh jeez. Is it? No, it's C string, not memory. OSB, ooh. Nice. That is starting to look more like a reasonable... Like, if I do a ninja clean and I just rebuild everything, that's the total sum of all the warnings we get. Which is good. It's not very many. Also, yes, this builds really, really fast. I need 2 flush caches. Oof. No, not that one. That resets my USB hub. Now, thank you, dear. That actually means I have to go and fix its permissions now. Oh, great. That's a good problem to have, though. So... that's a good way to deal with that, actually. If I have... I have the right function here handle stalls for me. Somewhere in here. Because I had to. At least I thought I had it do that. Oh, stalls are handled out here. Okay, but the stalling thing needs to get moved into the read and write functions in some way. Although it's not too important for your endpoint 1 and above because it indicates complete error conditions that reset the endpoint. In this case, we're using it for protocol error. I'm inclined to actually put that here and use a reinterpret. Yeah, okay, that'll work. Hang on. Actually, no, this is okay. What I'm going to have the software on the PC do is send this messages t value as the only thing it sends for this particular request to request the device count. The device responds with this thing. That's fine. So there's the 2 onboard flash. That's all we care about right now. We'll memcopy that into the response buffer. Wish I could just do that. And then we get to it's EP status controller in. That's going back to the PC. This is the counts that we want to set. Compiler should see through that still. So we set up the transfer count. We have the buffer preset. What else do I need from here? Stall will be false by default. That's fine. Needs arming needs setting to true. Well, does it? No, because the function that does the write doesn't care. So we've set the data buffer, we set the transfer count. It defaults to not being a multi-part transfer. That's fine. So complete setup packet would then call the write function. So we'll write endpoint 1. That's how we handle that. Wow, that's actually not very much code to do all of that. And the only reason we're putting the platform headers is for the stalling, which I really don't like, but we can fix that. We can probably write a dedicated stall stall read EP, stall write EP, something like that, and that'll do the stalling, and we'll put that in core so that we can pull everything for that out of device as well. Does that build? No, but it doesn't build for a very good reason, and that's fine. Because we're about to fix that. But first, we need to do some commits. Fixed a bug in the USB device that set up endpoint logic that would have caused it to malfunction for EP2 etc. This isn't USB core anymore, this is read CTRL EP. Yeah, that works. Okay. I'm happy with that. So this is cleaned up USB service control EP read and renamespace it. Because we then introduced a version of it here and in the core header. Welcome back. Good girl. Yeah. Cute. My wife is the most adorable cutie you have ever She's great. Well, it's true. This is a huge amount to add to the USB driver, but oh well. It's all I can do. I can't not do this, which sucks. Okie dokie. Take care then, dear. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I was trying to do. So I count. Last return, buffer size. If multi-buff, if not multi-buffer, then do this, else we have to do this little bit of hell. So this is because of the way that this chip works. For those following along, the Tiva-C, in order to optimize bus accesses, has a 4-byte wide FIFO that you can write to in either 1, 2, or 4 bytes at a time. Now, if you do it 1 byte at a time, it works, but it's really slow. Like, really, really slow. Let's say that you have 8 bytes to copy, and each byte copy takes about 8 cycles because of the bus locking, etc., because it's a multi-master bus. multi-controller bus, what you end up having is something like 64 cycles required to write out 8 bytes to the FIFO. Done. Now, on the other hand, those 8 bytes could be done as 2 transfers of 4 bytes each, making use of the fact that it's a big AXI bus. Well, it's not actually AXI, it's Advanced Peripheral Bridge or something, APB, I think it is. And in that case, you can do the write in 16 cycles. You know, that's a lot less than 64 cycles. That's good. So, this code makes a lot more sense in that context. Especially when I then also say, if you start writing in 4-byte mode, you can't then switch down to 1-byte mode and then back up to 4-byte mode. That doesn't work. You have to stay in 4-byte mode until you want to finish your packet, then you can drop down in size. So, implementation detail caused me to have to write all of this logic, which deals with basically taking multi-byte transfers and sequencing the bytes into 4-byte transfers on the bus. Yeah, it wasn't very pleasant. Now, I need to know, that was the RX one. TX status control, there we go. So, it looks like the only bit I need to set technically is going to be that transmit ready bit, which is not where it thinks it is. I need to do a little renaming. This is EP0 status control LTX ready. And then there's going to be a normal TX ready, which is bit 1. Oh, sorry, bit 0. Yeah, that makes sense. It's this bit here we're targeting. We don't need to worry about FIFO not empty at this particular point. But we do want to make sure that if we've had an underrun occur, we clear that condition. And this is the TX side of things. that is 1, 2, 4. It's bit 4. Sorry, it's value 4. So it's where stall would be if we were on endpoint 0. Okay. I've got to figure this out better, because this is going to be confusing right now. I prefer to declare extra constants than I mix them. But so we have right, not control, EP. That's a point. At the end of each cycle, we have to set these back up. So this is for the request. And then the response, we put that there. Yeah, that'll be fine. That probably solves the entire problem. Which should still be the right type. Yeah. Yep. That figures because I actually broke the device driver on purpose. So let's fix it. This is right control EP, which is much nicer than what we had. And this is going to now change to handle that. That doesn't need to be a whole rename, but okay, sure. Handle data control EP, and that allows this to then also become right control control EP. And now it'll be handle status EP. That's in the USB device namespace. Why does that namespace end and begin again? Ah, here. That looks like I can get rid of that. Yeah, I can. Excellent. Oh, I got rid of the need for these. That's why. Okay. I'm like, why is this function basically not used anywhere? because it's not used anywhere. And I think I can even get rid of this function. Yeah, that was dead code. Excellent. Before I run that command, let us get a USB running. Just in case I've broken something horribly. Oh. Wait, really? Blackmagic Probe is not happy? What? Not that. TTY BMP. There we go. Okay, that's looking good. And if we do ls USB BD should see interrupt. Yep, that's all working happily still. Good. We didn't break anything there. And that's fair. I didn't yet implement device status, so that's a reasonable thing to complain about. So this was primarily cleaned up and renamed USB service control EP write as write control EP. We then implemented that into the main core driver as well, which we'll test out in a moment. There's some new constants that are required. That in there. Implemented USB core write EP. Begun implementing the Flash program USB Flash protocol in the firmware. I am not yet happy, by the way, with how this is reading, but it's something. At least we can poke it from here, because we can set up a pair of bulk transfers. Interrupt transfers. We'll interrupt transfer in a byte, and then we'll interrupt transfer back out a structure. When I don't try and edit the wrong function. So So, pass the device in const USB device handle T device. We want to send to EP1 the const was a messages T. I wish I can be auto because there's nothing else it can be. Yep, that works. Okay, so we then want to do a device.read interrupt one const, no, not const, device count T device count now to go and write read interrupt, which shouldn't take very long because it's basically this, but instead of an interrupt transfer, to the, ooh, that's a good point. That doesn't say what direction the transfer's in. Ah, the endpoints here are the encoded endpoints, including the direction. That's... yeah, okay. I forgot that this was a silly thing that libUSB does. So this is actually interrupt transfer. How do I want to define that, actually? Just considering how to build the this isn't Let's do flash write EP, flash read EP. And this will be the last thing I try before I pack up for the night, because it's got quite late. And that is going to be in here. Yeah, in here. Constant export auto. So right, that header's not available to me because that's firmware, but it's the it is in the types header. It's these I need. And then that gives me that. Does that want to work? Is that happy? I have to skip this song, which is a shame because it's a great song. But there's a return statement, right? Oh. Yep, that's what it was complaining about. Wow. That was... okay. If it wants to be that way. Okay. Next stream we'll try and deal with this get status, because that will shut up some of the libUSB errors that are occurring on LSUSB. But right now... ooh, I made that angry. I've just figured out how I fix this. Oh my goodness, this is a clusterfuck though. Oh, especially with that calling interface. I'm kind of just about to finish up though, to be fair. But yes, I am currently still streaming. Mistakes might have been made. But you know what? It's okay. I would like to try and get one interrupt-based transfer working with the device before I finish for the day. But I think I'm pretty close. Actually, no, that is just endpoint, because what we do is I do interrupt transfer. This is return interrupt transfer endpoint address of EP endpoint dirty rather out endpoint buffer footer buffer len and that's an in one. Right. And the other thing that allows me to do is that reads go into a const void const buffer. That's const. That's const. That's const. That's const. And that's const. Because this interface is not currently const correct. That part's fine. So that's now const. That becomes const. That's const. That's going to make this complain. And there's just no way around it. I have to cast away const. This is an awful code smell. And it's because this code is broken. We are going to have to do a const cast to void star of buffer pointer in this instance. Oh, actually, no, it's... It's one of those things where if you've been writing C++ for long enough, you just are like, okay, this is const, this is not const, etc. And it just becomes a thing. Yeah, those warnings are all fair. So that got a stall from it. That's fine. I haven't changed the programming, so we can do software flash prog. Oh boy. That made it angry. Oh, I don't disagree with you. It's a legacy reason why it's even the way around it is. My current personal take on this is that it's fine. I'm gonna work on Viper once I get this project done. And Viper is const expr by default, which makes some magical things possible that even Rust doesn't have. Like, I am not one to shy away from meta programming. Viper fully supports you meta programming because it turns out that's actually really useful. Like, programming your config as a file that just lists booleans or something, and you put that in as part of the build, and stuff happens in terms of what's built and what's not built. Brilliant. I don't know why other people aren't doing this. So we get a 1 byte transfer out. That is on the proper endpoint. And then we just get knacked repeatedly. So there's obviously a bug in the firmware there somewhere. Yeah, someone has to build it. Okay, well, that's me done. I'm not actually going to go and chase after why that's not working right now because I'm slightly too far out of it. But we have got an enormous amount of stuff done here. Including we now actually have the front-end program, bones of it at least, even if we don't have everything else done. I actually should probably write, and this might be something we do next stream, once I've done the get status stuff. We should actually write out how we want the protocol to work, like what are the stages, what are the phases, and we'll work out exactly how it works before I commit any more code in terms of the Flash Proto stuff. And I'm going to probably try and fix some of the naming in the meantime, like USB reset, USB wake up, etc., which should just be reset wake up because they're already in the namespace USB core. I'll try and bring the code base into some more sanity because it is actually looking pretty good now. And we've also proven that even when I go and mess with things in the firmware really, really big time, the core USB driver is now stable enough that I haven't actually messed anything up here tonight, which is beautiful. I honestly was not expecting that. I was expecting to have to debug stuff when I did those big changes. That's why I put them off for so long into the stream. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and I hope you've enjoyed, found this educational, interesting. I can't say it was exciting, but thank you all for joining me on this mad adventure, and I hope to see you all next week. I've got to still think whether or not I do this next week. I probably will. And yeah, take care everyone. Bye for now.